Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Do. What is this fuzzy optimization tester or whatever it is? It AFL, American Fuzzy Lop. You might want to Google it because it's very famous. It's a fuzz tester. So it's not about optimization. It's about crashing your program, finding crashes. It's trying random inputs on my super HTML parser, and it's trying to crash it. And it's actually pretty good at finding crashes. So I've let it run for a couple hours now, and it hasn't found any crash. It has not explored yet the full state space, most probably. But I'm interested mainly in fuzzing the new stuff that I changed at the tokenizer level. So tokenizer / AST, like the AST validation, that part, nothing much changed, so that part should be fine. But yeah, and now it's not finding crashes, but as I was using it earlier today, it was finding crashes. I was fixing some stuff, so um, yeah, this is showing that it's not a hard proof, but this is makes me reasonably confident that the new parsing stuff that was added to Super HTML is sound, and it shouldn't be a big deal. Like, it should be fine. Now, that being said, I'm not testing the formatter because the formatter has some behavior that I don't like. By the way, I said that this is trying to crash my program. Crashing is how it detects that the program did something wrong, but you define your fuzzing entry point, like your test routine essentially, and you can init add extra asserts in order to turn conditions that you know are undesirable into crashes. So the way this guy can be used also to not just find or quote unquote organic crashes into your program, but you can turn behavior that you know is wrong into crashes, and have the fuzzer also drive that the process of finding those cases. So, for example, right now it's turned off, but in my fuzzer, it's turned off because it's end false. But in my fuzzer, I have this thing um, where I take the original code, I format it, I check that the new code doesn't have missing text, because if this, so this is equal ignore white space. So this is a equality check, which doesn't check that the two documents are precisely the same, because they shouldn't. This has gone through the output has gone through an auto formatter. But an invariant of correct formatting is that non-white space text should not have gone away unless you have some extra rules, like unless your formatter has some rules where that is okay, that should be an invariant. So like you can make a formatter that, I don't know, like applies like fixes in some way, and so in that case you wouldn't be able to use that as an invariant. But this is good to have, although in the way that I'm testing it now, this is also not really correct, because um my formatter, I believe, normalizes casing for struct for element tag names. So when you do a div and you write uppercase div, I believe the auto formatter will turn it into a lowercase div. Like If I turn this into an uppercase P, I save. Oh, the what? Oh man, what a mess. Wait a second. Oh yeah, the auto formatter makes the opening tag the authoritative one. That is a choice, I guess, that I made. So this is an example of input not being equal to output. One, so that means that that function is not a correct invariant. This would need to be equal ignore white space, but also ignore case. Um, so if A is different than byte and, or you know what, we can call to upper or something. I think that this can be done by masking, right? You mask the highest bit, and that works the same. So that would be if um, 0B 1 0 0 0 0 0 0, right? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Wait, yeah, another one. Actually, this should be the opposite. This should be case insensitive, right? It's called AFL, American Fuzzy Lop. If you weren't here, I was suggesting that you Google it because it's very famous and it is a tool that you might want to learn about. It tries random input to try and crash your program. That feeling when our past selves make our present selves question our future selves' sanity. That happens to me from time to time. Yeah. Uh, okay, so let's try to re-enable these testing. It will find crashes. There is one piece of undesirable behavior in the um, in the renderer code that is 100% there. There were also false positives because of ignore white space not being case insensitive. So let's see if that code that I just wrote is correct. Ba-ba-ba-ba-bam. Yeah, there we go. Crashes are coming in. So it is finding examples of our some invariant of ours being invalidated, being falsified. How much does Zig's built-in fuzzer overlap with AFL? Meaning, how far along is it right now to leverage instead of yet another dependency? So you're asking if it would be worth using the built-in fuzzer instead of using AFL. That is how I'm interpreting your questions. Um, it's not quite there yet. This is the reason why I'm using AFL and I'm not using the built-in fuzzer. The built-in fuzzer is absolutely trivial to set up and use. What do we lose if we only want to use ZigFuzz? Yeah, right now you lose a bunch in the sense that there will be stuff that AFL finds in the blink of an eye that the ZigFuzzer will not find. Maybe we'll stumble upon it randomly, but it will not have the ability to in a sense, quote unquote, sniff it out. It is missing some algorithms to do that. Um, that being said, I would say it is fairly far along. It shouldn't take forever. I think it's a matter of priorities. Like, I think that if fuzzing was the number one priority, you should probably expect it to be usable in a month and being competitive with AFL like within 6 months. But it is not the top priority. So, progress with it happens depending on contributor, non-core team contributor, interest, whether somebody points out. In any case, it's not like 9 to 5 job, right? There is no person that has a 9 to 5 job to push forward the fuzzer at the moment. I am extremely optimistic that we're gonna get there. Like, I don't even think it's a matter of optimism. I think it's inevitable, and I don't rule out eventually maybe also personally helping out. Not to say that oh, I help out, so now it's gonna be done right away. I'm not saying that, but I don't exclude also helping out with this at some point. Um, I also think that it would be nice to make sure that Zig can interface with AFL trivially. So it would be nice. Well, no, that cannot be done trivially. You still need Zig AFL kit. In any case, if you want to use AFL, you need to install AFL on your system. But then you can use my project called Zig AFL kit, which helps a lot with setting this stuff up without going insane. Hopefully it matures and it meets the sweet spot of 80% results with 20% effort. I think we can do better than that. I don't think that AFL is a type of project where it's gigantic and very hard to replicate one to one. I think it's in the manageable. It's in the ballpark of absolutely manageable to fully replicate it if we want to. Yeah. I cry anytime I need to do Zig fetch, let alone using external tooling. Why? Do you have like an internet thing where you have to go through a proxy and it doesn't work or something like that? Because otherwise, or are you saying that you just do not want to have dependencies to your projects? I just hate dependencies. Yeah. Well, but the good news is that this one is a development dependency. You don't depend on it for executing your program, right? So you don't really give up control. It's just a thing that you use. Okay, so we got crashes. Let's see what's up. What up? Okay, so original, it's some text. First round of formatting. By the way, so what I'm testing here, the whole thing. So I focused on this ignore white space thing, but this is like just one test. The second test that we do is that we take the formatted output, so the output of formatting the original HTML code once, and then we run it again a second time through the auto formatter, and we want the two outputs to be identical. Here, for some reason, the first time we see this, there's a new line that gets appended at the end. But then the second time, the new line triggers some logic that makes it add two more new lines at the end, or maybe even three. In any case, this is wrong. No, I think it's just two more. So this is wrong. Why is this new line causing these two things to be added at the end? That's all the funky logic in the formatter. There's it's just how it is. Really? Can't go to definition? Okay. Oh yeah, right. It's because poor ZLS. Yeah, I'm using a new version of Zig that ZLS just has no chance of understanding. Function render. Okay, so somehow here in the rendering code, what happens, and we can actually test this, I think. What do we have that is good? for testing this? Oh, we can actually do this. Wait. I think we can do this. There we go. So this triggers the same logic and it causes the assertion failure. And it also makes us see, we have the ability to see logging here. So we can see the first round of auto formatting, looping starting from index 0, direction enter, rendering enter, text LWT. I don't even remember what LWT is supposed to mean. And then this is the second loop. And this second loop looks pretty much the same, but something changes at the end. We can add more logging so that we can learn more about what's going on. This has definitely to do with the fact that we have something that ends with a new line. For example, index of scalar here in maybe white space. So now that's definitely not it. Last was text, current text, child is vertical. I think it's the exit side of the equation. For example, here, if you're rendering root, unconditionally add a new line. This seems wrong. This seems wrong because we don't want to add a new line if the last child of root was a text that ended with a new line. So we can add that check. We can, yeah, we can add that check here. I don't know if that is the most elegant way of doing it. It is not elegant, but it should work. What do you think about AI programming? Do you think AI is good at Zig or not because of AI training data? LLMs are fine at Zig. There are plenty of people that use LLMs with Zig and they're having a reasonably good time with it. Ghosty, for example, the terminal emulator, Mitchell uses LLMs and you will find plenty of examples of him doing that to success. What do I think about LLMs, AI programming? I mean, I don't know. I have used LLM chatbots to show me snippets that use a API that I was unfamiliar with and show me usage patterns. In particular, I was doing audio video stuff, and video encoders and decoders have absolutely batshit crazy conventions around them that I find incomprehensible, and that the LLM had a uh, general but also very imprecise understanding of. So it kind of pointed me in the right direction, but then I couldn't just copy paste snippets and trust them. The LLM just had no chance of getting that shit right. I was using Claude and DeepSeek for that. Neither of them could crack it, but yeah, I don't know. It was fine. As for agentic coding, I don't know. I'm not into it personally. I don't care. Um, if you want to do it, you can do it. That is something that I personally just really don't care right now. I will at some point experiment with it more, but I don't want to give like 50 euros or whatever it is that you have to pay to those companies so that you can have the machine bang stuff out for you. At the moment, I really do not care. So if so, how do we do the last child? At child completions cursor debug init. Oh, what do you know? Last child. If AST last child, root could be empty. Capture shadows declaration of what? Oh, it's showing the child function declaration. Okay. CH. This name sucks. I'm going with just C. If C dot kind is text and C dot span. Let's do it this way. Do we already have a new line? Because normally with tags and company, there is no new line added by us. Okay, this could work. Again, not the greatest code ever, but let's see if this solves our problem. Oh, I called it span. I should not call it span. And span is a different thing. Hey, it's Delicious. Hello. No filament function. Is it span and then dot slice? Yeah. Hello there, Typhel. Fuzzing is going well. I have, I think, a couple bugs in the formatting code because formatting text twice, like you take an input, you format it, then you take the formatted input, well, the formatted output, and then you format it again. That should give it back the same thing. Like formatting should be stable, and the fuzzer can find examples of that not being correct. What the fuck? I'm hitting a panic to do. Oh wait, this was returning. There's no break, there's just a return. Never mind. How am I hitting a to do? What the heck? 1784? God damn it, man. God damn it. God damn. Okay, so the last child option will require us to implement last child, which we did not, probably because it's annoying to implement last child. Hello, neurosite. So we need a different approach. No last child. An alternative approach could be that when we are rendering something that is text, adding a new line, maybe white space equals adding a new line. We are not adding a new line. Right, we are adding because we have that unconditional new line. So here we are not adding a new line. What are we doing then? Is the new line considered part of a text? No, okay, I get it. We need to go down below. Down below, we need to go into, okay, so we need, I think, a tracking that says, like, last was new line. Then, when we render text, when we render text, so this is style script, this is normal text. If it.pick is different than null, print a new line. So we're not. I've been meaning to ask you, why do you never build inside Flow? Is some feature you need missing? You mean build as in having a terminal inside Flow, open at the bottom with Zig build, like Zig build watch running, for example? Right now, in this specific moment, I'm having a kind of a complicated workflow for testing this stuff because I'm jumping between a few different fuzzing executables. But run tasks or use the terminal. I am not used to running builds in the terminal, in the editor myself. Um, in a sense, the having the build run, I want the LSP to do that on save, which I mean, I have already. Right now, it's not working because I'm using Zig 017 and ZLS. Andrew reworked the build system, so ZLS is completely broken. But normally, I have essentially the build run on save, so I don't do it manually. As for keeping it in a terminal, I think the terminal is a relatively recent addition, right, to Flow. So I'm used to just tabbing out into another tab. Okay, so here's the interesting thing. When we are printing text ourselves, we're doing split scalar. You can click find links in the task output buffers. That's pretty useful. Holy shit, that is nice. Yes. Although that is also some. Okay, so that part I fucking love. Yes, that would be nice. But this is still a workflow that I find the language server kind of supersedes, because the language server will turn those things into diagnostics automatically anyway. So I can navigate them as diagnostics. With the caveat that diagnostic is where the error is, while I'm imagining that what you're describing is a little bit more flexible. So, like if you need to jump somewhere else in a stack trace, for example, you can also jump somewhere else because the syntax is going to be the same. But for the purpose of describing what my personal workflow is, so far relying on the language server has been a good experience. Yeah. Grab another things too. Yeah, no, totally. You know what? I think I might not even have updated yet to a Flow version that has the terminal. It's been a while since I've pulled and rebuilt it. Okay, we need to understand what it is that we're doing wrong here. I think it might have to do with split scalar. I think that it might have to do with empty line, especially. If empty line continue. Okay, let's add a little bit of logging and let's see what that takes us. That new line at the end is just, it's doing stuff. There we go. Row line, this thing. There we go. The second time, there's an empty line. The second time, there's an empty line, and we don't know if this has been set to true or not. Is there a way to get Zig to output the full package 3? I have dependencies pulling in delicate packages and I need to figure out duplicate packages and I need to figure out where. There's a command to output the build graph, but I don't think there is currently a pretty printed dependency tree that comes automatically out of the build system. There should totally be, but I don't think it's there right now. False. Why is this saying false? Because it's the first empty line. Is this it? Empty line is true. It's not going to be the first line. So we print a new line. Is this correct? Torch just fails and doesn't tell you where the package comes from. Pretty annoying. Yes, totally. Absolutely. So here's what you can do. You see how the fork error message tells you that there are two packages that have different hashes? You can go in Zig package and search for zone files that have those hashes. And then we'll help you navigate the tree up. It is obviously way more annoying than having a pretty printed tree, but that is one way of solving it. Yeah, I was facing the same problem the other day. This was a suggestion from the Teufel to do it. I mean, if you think about it, that yeah, that works. It is work though. It is annoying. Um, hmm. How do I unfuck my code? This code is already pretty fucky, but rendering code is always fucky. Although I don't know if this is necessarily meant to be as fucky as it is right now. So the problem is we have a piece of text, and the code here makes us add a new line. And this works if IT peak is different than null. But that is not enough. We need to do this, I think. Peak equals IT dot peak. We add a new line if there is more, but the more could be an empty line. So what do we do if it's an empty line? Also, this is adding a new line already. Oh my god, there are so many fucked up things going on here. So if the line is empty, we print a new line. If the line is empty, we print a new line. I think it should be the opposite way. When you're printing a new line and the new line is not empty, then you add oh my god, too many things called new line. When you print a subsequent line, so when you print the first line, you immediately print the first line. Then when you print any subsequent line, you add a new line there. Let's see if we can change this. I suspect this was like this already before. If not first. If not first indentation, yeah, and like any not first new line. This peak is just wrong. Okay, so let's think about the normal case first. We are printing a normal line. Line length is greater than 0. Is this the first line? Let's do simple case where there are no empty lines. First line, we do not print anything. We just print the line. Perfect. Second loop around. First is going to be false. So we are going to print a new line before any indentation. Yeah, we're going to print indentation and new line potentially. If there is another line that works, then let's see that there are empty lines. So let's say that the first line is an empty line. The fuck do we do then? If the first line is an empty line, it kind of doesn't count, I guess. Like we do print a new line. We do it once. Or do we? Yeah, no, I think it makes sense to just skip them. Let's just skip them. This is messy right now. I just want to see what happens if I do this. We skip empty lines. Okay, so what the side effect of what I'm doing here is that if you have like a few, you have text and then you have like two new lines and then you have some more text, we're not respecting the fact that you have multiple new lines. We are collapsing them to a single new line, which we don't really want to do. So I would say that line len, we print it, we respect it. We respect it if it's not the first line, but also there has to be something else after it that is not just white space. Otherwise, we do not want to end the printing with white space. That is the fundamental problem, I think. And um, okay, so here the question is, if first, continue. If it's the first line, continue. Then the other question is there non-white space ahead of it? That is terrible, this algorithm. This algorithm is truly terrible as if written naively, because it just does a bunch of looking around the string that isn't necessary. Okay, we need to be cleverer about this. Not to interrupt your flow, but a self-taught developer using TypeScript and Python mainly, what are the prerequisites to master Zig? Pretty much just be interested in writing high-level, high-quality software and learning how computers actually work. And the two things tend to go hand in hand, because if you want to have a if you want to create a compelling experience for your users, then you need to want to engage with the machine can do. Sure, you can make a better or worse application not caring about this stuff, obviously. But if you want to make software that it's kind of like, best in class, state of the art, it's like the same thing. There are not that many people that know how to do it better than you, or rather, that have the ability to produce an alternative that is better than yours. Then, if you want to be able to make that, you need to know what the computer can do, because your goal is to either push that to the limit or be very resource efficient, one or the other. So either you're doing things that are at the very edge of the computer can do. Think of video games, for example. It applies also outside of video games, but video games are a pretty good example. For video games, 3D video game, you have to push the computer to the limit. Productivity software, think of video editing, real-time audio workstations. Those things also, they're not games, they're productivity tools, but they also benefit from you being able to push the computer to the limit. Conversely, you might have tools instead where there is no interest in pushing the computer to the limit, but being resource efficient is appreciated. Being very fast, for example. So if you have a parser, like imagine a language server, there are language servers that, or like, auto formatters, linters that are implemented in high level programming languages, and they're just slow as fuck, right? If you're a TypeScript user, you know the difference between using the various JavaScript bundlers, the difference between maybe TypeScript, the new one that they wrote in Go versus the older one that was written in JavaScript, TypeScript. In any case, the older one was slower, so you can tell the difference. It's not; these things are not really pushing your computer to the very edge of its capabilities, but um, still, speed and resource efficiency is appreciated. So these are the prerequisites for being able to master Zig. You need to have an interest in being able to develop this kind of software. Okay, so here's what we need. We need from the original text the last position of non-white space. The last non-white space position. Alternatively, we trim this bad boy. Before splitting it, we trim it. That might not be a bad idea, you know? By trimming it first, you know that there is not going to be any trailing empty line. That is actually the way I think. There you go. So now the first actually doesn't even matter because there's not going to be anything around it. The new line is just going to be in the middle, and I guess we can just respect it and do the indentation if necessary. And this, more than being a check, is an assert. Assert that this is not first. Something like this. I'm thinking that maybe I should undo the other changes that I made. Although I was skipping on empty lines. Okay, you know what? Let me do this. Because my goal here is to make this work, not make this perfect. So I am going to go back here and say, okay, let's trim the text. Let's use it. Let's do this. Let's turn this into an assert. Let's keep everything else the same. Let's see what happens now. What concepts comes to your mind when you see splat-like functions in Zig? I don't know how to answer that question. Splat is for turning a scalar into a vector. Or in a somewhat related manner, copy pasting a value into every slot of an array. So I don't know how to answer that question otherwise. Well, would you look at that? We don't crash anymore. 001 solved. 002. Oh, this one still crashes. Not only this still crashes. What the fuck is going on here, man? Greater than question mark becomes question mark. That's not good. This is not good. More bad than good, I would say. Out of curiosity, let's look at example number 3. Okay, number 3 has the same problem. Lower than question mark loses the lower than. I think the reason for this is because of some code that we have. I think. So what does this get recognized as? Let's see. Uh, oh, it's recognized as a bogus comment. And then this gets returned as a comment that starts at index 1 and ends at index 6. So the tokenization is wrong because we are receiving a token that should start at 0. This one starts at 1. So the bogus comment state. Okay, well, this is easy actually to solve. Bogus comment is starting one forward too much. Go into the tokenizer. Bogus. Actually, this is not the bogus comment fault. Is tag open. Tag open is moving into bogus comment with the wrong index. Where's bogus comment? There we go. Here, bogus comment. This needs to be -1. Oh, we have L bracket. Yeah, it's L bracket. Ba-ba-bam. It is delightful to fix these tiny problems that were left in Super HTML. These are like weird corner cases where you don't really get in those when you're doing normal development. So I'm sure that I have not ruined the life of anybody um, by leaving those bugs in there. Yeah, but it's nice to fix them. So 3 and 2. 2 is not solved. Oh, okay. So 2 now has a new problem, which is back to where we were before, which is um, new line and then extra new line. I think the comment rendering code has probably a similar structure to the text rendering code, and it's suffering from the same problem, I think. So this is text, style, script, comment. There we go. Oh, we just bring the whole thing. No, well, let's trim it first. I should also run tests to see if I regressed any test. I don't think I did, but I should check. I'm going to run this next now. Okay, so we fixed this problem as well. Test. Any regression? No regressions. Okay, so we can move forward. So 2 is done. I believe 3 is done as well. Yeah. 4. 4, whatever it was, has been solved. 5, whatever it was, has been solved. 6. Okay, I think we solved enough of them that what I'm going to do now is remove the fuzzer directory and start a new fuzzing session anew. Maybe some of the other cases that were down below would still crash and apply. Yeah. But I didn't want to run through them manually. I just prefer to restart the fuzzing process. It's okay. So we found some new cases that trigger crashes. Let's take a look. Start from the first one. Oh god. Oh, this is a okay. Panic mismatch. L different than L. Fuck my character comparison code failed. I thought I fixed it. God damn it. I guess I'm just not good at bit fiddling. I'm not as good as bit fiddling as I thought I was. Huh? Um. So never mind. Send the library to the rescue. SCD ASCII dot um to upper C different than oh these are like B byte, A byte. There we go. Ba-da-ba-bam. Expected comma after initializer. Oh, we're missing a parenthesis here. Okay, let's see if we fixed it. Oh, one crash found. Interestingly, one crash found, but it's finding them slower now. So this is actually, and most of them are different. By the way, one issue with this type of tool is that it will often find multiple crashes where it's crashing on the same panic. Um, and um, and so those are gonna be like minor variation on the original thing. So you don't want to get spammed by a ton of variations of essentially what is the same bug. So this is it is deduplicating them, which is good. In any case, we found some crashes, so let's go figure it out. What's up? Original is oh my god. HTML. Oh, and there's actually this. So this puts the slash HTML on a new line. So these okay, formatting this moves this on a new line and then saving this again moves the HTML back up top. Uh, Probably the initial part is not even necessary. And I'm curious to see this happen now. Oh, okay, exit. Oh, what's happening? What am I doing here? Yeah, that has interactions with other stuff. F who.html. I don't know. Wrong sibling sequence. Oh, there's a lot of errors there. Wrong sibling sequence. Invalid nesting array HTML. Missing child head. Missing child body. Is this changing anything? Okay, this has to make a difference because We should not be attempting to reformat if oh no, we are attempting to reformat. Wait a second. We are definitely attempting to. Oh, filter error. Okay. So FMT is returning us an error. Why? FMT is returning us an error. I'm really confused though. Why are we getting in here? We only get in there if there are no AST errors. Why would there be? Why would there be no AST errors? And us with us formatting. I'm confused. How how do we get in here with zero errors? I don't get it. Okay, you know what? This is a mystery that I want to solve definitely, but I think this is not super important. I feel like that this is as is robust enough for usage. It's not gonna eat people's HTML code at random, so all is well and good. Uh, I'll I'll assume that the fuzzing has been done. I'll say that we have fuzzed for now super HTML enough. The parsing logic has no crashes in it. We fuzzed that for long enough to be confident that the new tokenizer is fine. Um, I fixed a bunch of tiny issues that were all over the place with regards to handling script tags, which is good. We have fixed, I believe, the thing where formatting multiple times adds extra new lines at the bottom, which is also good. So I think that the main thing are definitely in place. We can make a new release. So this is good. I think I'm gonna take a very quick bathroom break, and then we can do the Super HTML release. I think we're pretty much there. I just want to polish a little bit the build script so that the AFL integration is not too annoying. I'll be right back. Yo. I got a can of Coke. I enjoy the ASMR. Ah. Oh, actually, I think, do I have a noise canceling? I think the noise filter has eaten the whole can opening ASMR. Uh, 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 I do have noise suppression. Oh, well. Oh, you got it? Okay. Good, I guess. Okay, so what do we do here? As I said, I'm fine with status quo. I want to clean up a little bit the fuzzing stuff. Frankly, we could just make a commit that only contains HTML fixes. Also, I might have left in there the bug prints that we need to take out. And when I say debug prints, I mean std.debug.print. Log.debug is fine. Okay, it seems that I have not made a mess of things. Okay, what have we done here? We have fixed some, we fixed a rendering stability bug and improved and fix some bugs with regards to the script tag. Okay, so uh FMT and script bug fixes. Um Formatting a plain text file, i.e. no elements, no element tags, just text, uh multiple times would add extra new lines at the bottom of the file. Um, Script had some funky legacy parsing, well, tokenizing states that were not handled correctly. Mostly not particular. Well, they were not handled correctly, which are now fixed. This is part of the work to ensure that um, JS is well, that script element contents is tokenized correctly. Since now we have a new an improved JS rendering algorithm. Okay. And then now we can do the AFL stuff. Yeah, so we have AFL repro and AFL in here. That's fine. Build.zig source slash fuzz AFL repro. Other mentions of AFL. Root source file fuzz slash AFL. Yeah. Um, I think we need a flag. I think I want these to depend on the test step. So if you don't pass defuzz, nothing happens. If you do pass defuzz, so now the idea is that you run the test step to do the fuzz building. It's part of the test step. So we do this, we do this, we do this, we do this, we do fuzz depend on. This is not fuzz, this is going to be test step. And this is also going to be test step. Yes. Then here, test step needs to return us the step that it makes, I guess. It's one way of doing it. might not be my favorite. I think it would be nicer to pass it down, but given how I'm doing things, I think it's fine. So test step, we pass it to fuzz test. Now another problem is that this guy cannot be done like this anymore. Because here we need to do daisy import. Ask him build zip. This. Or else return. And then in our zone file, this we make lazy. Found void. Oh shit. Okay, so yeah. No dependency named AFL kit. Oh, it's AFL underscore kit. Okay, this works. Take out defuzz and it runs tests. Okay. That is reasonable. Let's go fix AFL kit. Oh shit, I did the use system AFL comp time. To simplify. Maybe that should be the only option that is supported here. Maybe I should ask Brandon, but I also suspect that the rock people do not build this thing themselves. And at this point, this might be fine, frankly. Frankly, you know what? This might very well be fine. At which point, though, what even is our dependency on AFL++ at all in the first place? Do we import anything AFL specific in here? We don't even do that. Yeah, we only depend on AFL++. Oh, but wait, they updated it, so they do depend on it. Let's go take a quick peek at the repository. Okay. Wait, this is add fuzz target. I'm I'm confused what's going on here, but okay. They create a repro executable, add instrumented exe. Oh, and they have a flag. Okay, so they support the option. Okay, so they depend on it. Okay, that means that we need to unfuck this. um we need to unfuck this. So that means making this not comp time. And and this needs to work. What is the problem here? Install path. Right, our problem was install tools. So we want to copy everything in the builder install path out, but we don't know how to do this in the new system. What am I looking at right now? Yeah, this is 016. 016 still has the install path. Um, but we don't anymore. Maybe there's a function that returns a lazy path. I would be fine with it as a lazy path. Please. Get install step. No. Install artifact. No. Add install artifact. No. Install file. No. Install directory. No. Bin file. Object copy. Install file. Install bin file. Install file with dir. Install. Add install directory. Lazy path. Path to the Zig executable being used to execute Zig build. Oh, that is cool. Path to delete directory from the Zig installation being used to execute Zig build. That is cool. That is also cool. These are nice to have. I mean, yeah, so that you don't have to go insane. Their name, path, join, get display name format, add dependencies, dupe inner, install dir. I guess this means that I guess this means that we cannot just do install directory. I think we need to mention all the the artifacts and just install all of them explicitly one by one. And install directory. Install artifact. AFL fuzz. But we want the variant where we can specify where we want to put this. Add install artifact. Then we want options. What are the options? Destination dir. Destination sub path. Yeah, I guess we want just to specify that sub path. And I think we can do this in a for loop. Hello, Calder. We need a Zig dock as well that allows you to see your current multiple docks as well. Yeah, that's fair. We only have it for the standard library for now. Hello? Why can't I scroll? Okay. Okay, so install artifact, AFL fuzz, install artifact show map. I'm kind of thinking that like this list of names should be exported by the dependency. Well, anyway, AFLT mean. Frankly, any single artifact that this thing exposes, I want to install, to be honest. But whatever. Dislocator lib. Interesting. Token cup. Socket fuzz. ArcV fuzz. Oh god, what are these names now? There's a for loop of lib names. No, man. Okay, you know what? I really think that we should just try to install every single artifact that we find in there. I think there must be a way of doing this. AFL kit dot builder dot. Come on, give me your artifacts. Give me all your artifacts. Modules. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Give me more. Oh no, it goes into the functions. Maybe we can go into graph. Okay, here's another way of doing it. What does artifact do? Build there, install TLS step dependencies items. Uh, okay, I think this is the solution. So this becomes AFL kit. For AFL kit step dependencies items, step, find the artifact. I don't give a fuck about what the artifact name is compared to a search query because if it's there, we want to install it at this point. So we want to do this. Okay, there we go. Uh, wait, what the fuck was I doing? Install article name. There we go. Du-du-du-du-dum. Hey, Laurie, sorry for the T question. I was working on my Zine site yesterday. Uh-oh. It's been a few months. Is there anything immediately obvious as to why a new SMD file in my content blog directory isn't being picked up by the content blog index page? I used a different layout HTML file, but I think that is okay. Yes, that is definitely okay. Okay, so you're saying that blog, inside of blog, you have a index.smd file, which means that your blog is a section. And your index SMD also prints all sub pages. And so you adding a foo.smd under content blog should show up in the index. Totally fair. That's how it's supposed to work. Okay. Two things that could give you trouble. Is your content blog index.smd not empty? You need to have that file needs to have a correct front matter. There is currently a bug where Zine does not report an empty index.smd file as an error, even though it should. So what happens is that because that error check is missing, Zine will continue working, but then the behavior will be, a little bit unsound. So make sure that content blog index.smd is not has a correct front matter, which also does not have dot draft equals true in it. Then your foo.smd file, so your sub page essentially inside the blog um, section, does that have a front matter? Is it correctly named .smd? Did you by mistake name it foo.md? If all of these checks out, so like if you do these checks and you don't find any issue with it, my recommendation would be, if possible, to push this to a branch somewhere. Give me a link and I will troubleshoot this right away. Okay. It is easy, especially in the beginning, to by mistake name the file .md instead of smd, for example. But in any case, if you can push this stuff to a branch, at any point in time, feel free to share the link here in chat or in Discord, and I'll definitely take a look at it. Okay, are we doing this right? Oh yeah. Std build step, and then depend on. Run aflcc system command AFL Builder Exeter AFL CC 03. Depend on install tools.step. What are we trying to do here? We're saying, oh, this one is still going to be here, right? Oh, no, there's no Exeter. Is there? Yeah, why are we running this as a system command? This is a run artifact. Why am I using this approach? The fuck is going on here? Oh, is this because I was trying to unify these things outside? Yes. Yeah, no, we don't unify anymore. Sorry, we copy paste like a boss. To make a function that accepts any type, and maybe he solves it. Yeah. I actually don't even know what's AFL kit. What is AFL kit? It's a pointer to a dependency. Okay. Little lazy path. Um, mm, 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 mm. Okay. So I guess we need to test this from Super HTML. So defuzz test. There we go. It's shitting itself because of course it would. Why wouldn't it? Do I need to update AFL? It's already up to date. DAFL path equals db.libdir. That really sucks. Line 9. Oh no. Why do we need these guys? What if I comment it out? Oh, right. Now it's not gonna build correctly anymore though because these variables don't exist. Lib path flag. Oh, right. I need to run this with also. Oh no, it really needs this shit. What does what is this stuff used for though? I don't know. Let's see what happens if you comment this stuff out. I think it's names and paths. Find program. Oh, there's just names. Path that contains LVM config or else. Wait, find program doesn't search in path anymore? What's going on? Try find the program. But it's not even public, okay. Find program lazy. Path resolve FNT path join. So this whole concept of searching for LLVM config in paths, search prefix, search prefix. Graph.search prefixes. /bin/name. LVM config path. Oh man. Is this supposed to be bin to contain bin or not? How do you add something as a search prefix? Add search prefix, I guess. What does he not like about this? What does he not like about this? Oh, right, the loop payload, of course. Oh, also this can be fine program lazy, it seems. This returns a lazy path. Okay, in our case, mm, with a fail step. I don't know, I guess it's fine. Formatting checks? No formatting checks. Or, well, okay. There you go. What's going on? Oh, it's in here. Okay, where the fuck is this thing? AFL build.zig. I actually knew that. God damn it, man. If a kid a builder exceeder, no field name exceeder press join 77. Oh, I never fixed this. Oh no, I did fix this. Okay. So this is working now. This is good. Now let's change our thing to say that we want to build AFL++. How's that gonna go now? Oh, not great. Unable to find artifact. Unable to find artifact AFLCC, bro. Now you're jorking me. That's what? Unable to find artifact AFLCC. Nope. Did I call it like AFL underscore CC? I might have called it AFL underscore CC. I don't think I did though. No, the executable name is AFL underscore CC. That's for sure. I think I copied the logic wrong. Also, it really prints nothing. Holy shit. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, well, I can. This is a thing with extra steps. I can do AFL. I can do inst dot artifact, of course. But now searching for AFLCC fails. Well, funnily enough, this is this. Well, no. Why is it doing this to me? I don't get it. Why is it telling me that this artifact does not exist? That's a lie. That is a lie. Maybe this is the step that I should start from instead of the default step up there. Yeah, you know what? That might be it. Does install artifact keep a link to the artifact? Yes. So now I can do this. I feel like we're digging our grave deeper and deeper as we do this. I really think we're going deeper and deeper. Holy shit. Sag fault. Let's fucking go. There we go. AFLCC, AFL, LD, LTO. So that's good. What is causing this to panic now? Configure add string. I think this is a side effect of Andrew's recent change. I think I'm trying to access a artifact that I'm not supposed to have access to. Essentially, that sucks. This whole use case is regressed. Ah, ah, ah. I think I need to regress the whole feature. I really don't know how to pull this off. I really think I don't know how to pull this off. Let's regress it, at least for now. No, actually, this doesn't even need to be comp time. At which point, what even is the point of depending on AFL plus plus? Because at this point, we can even just remove the dependency on AFL plus plus. Even the alternative would be to change the FL plus plus package to install executables in their fucking top step. I guess we could do that alternatively. So let me, okay, if I unfuck this a little bit. So we unfuck this a little bit. Okay, so like this, we're going to have, you see, you finally get it. Goodbye dependencies. These are all my dependencies. This is all my stupid code. The fact that it's separated in packages makes little difference. I wrote all this shit and it's all problematic regardless. Use system AFL, right? Wait, what are we talking about here? No, not here. Here. Oh, why is this not saved? Okay. It can't find AFLCC. That is so weird. What kind of editor is this? It's flow control. This one. Okay, why is my why is this not enough? Okay, fuck it. We do this. Okay. So, what do you say now? Unable to find artifact AFLCC. Is it because there's also the other ones? This is insane. How does it? Okay, show me what's available then, because I am really starting to go insane. All right, okay. Oh, I still have the debug print on, so we are just printing nothing. The install top level step depends on nothing. How is this? How is this like this? I don't get it. Whoop. Um, how come that other step has its contents, but this one does not? Yeah, it's really janky. It is really janky at this point. Okay, we are regressing this. I don't see any way around it. So we're regressing all of this stuff. Okay, so and with this it should work. We're regressing this for now. I just don't know what to say. Oh, wait a second. Actually, ZKFL kit, you don't necessarily want to make lazy. I guess you can if you want, but it's not necessary. The point is to make AFL lazy. AFL kit doesn't need to be lazy, especially if you don't if you use the system if you use the system stuff. Yeah, AFL kit does not need to be lazy. So we can have a fuzz step if we want. There's kind of no reason not to. I forgot. Okay. Hmm. Okay, let's fix the readme for this thing. Hmm. Neurosite, are you still around? I wonder if this can be yeah, look at this. Okay, I'm gonna open this as an issue. Um oh, I should probably update though first. Okay, let's update the editor. Wait a second. Marksman excels at formatting Markdown. No, this has to do with your reflow, with the reflow feature of well, flow, which by the way is fucking fantastic. I've gotten into the habit of um writing my blog posts in Obsidian, pasting them in the editor, and then every section, every chapter essentially of my blog post, I just select all the paragraphs, reflow, because they show up as a single line. Like every paragraph is a single line. Just hit your reflow, and then it's always fantastic. But there is a no, I think I'm hitting a bug. So I'm testing if I'm updating to see if this is something that you happen to have already fixed. But this is a bug that I've hit a couple of times already. So never mind. I just wanted to show this, but then I remembered that I have an old build. Yeah, okay, the bug is still here. Okay, perfect. Um, I'm assuming that this is the wait a second. What is the new recommended place for opening issues? Oh, maybe more than the website. I guess I want the README. God damn it, man! So I need to make an account. If these stupid motherfuckers at Microsoft had not ruined everything. Okay. Yeah, I actually realize only now that this is because it seems that it's being picked up as a prefix. I fucked up. I fucked up the message here. Okay, so this is done. Here we are regressing the ability. We are regressing not using system AFL. But first we need to fix the README. I think that what I'm saying here is kind of wrong. Maybe this is the wrong approach. Maybe all of AFL, maybe all of AFL kids should be made lazy. And then so required options, stack check, false, link libc, pass through, coverage PC guard. Add install bin file AFL fuzz. What the fuck even is this? What have I written? Oh, fuzz is the step. Okay, depend on add install bin file. Oh, because it's not an artifact. Yeah. Oh, I forgot. Okay. Defense test works. I think I'm happy with how things are at this point. Tip of my branch is behind. What? I'm so confused. What the fuck is going on here? FMT and script bug fixes. Oh, maybe I changed this and I didn't force push, I guess. Okay. Um, to do random question. Web says minimum version 0.16, but it won't build for me with it. Yeah, no, Weibo it's in the middle of being updated to 0.17. Weibo, you will probably want to go back a few commits. Look at the list of latest commits. I think you will be able to see when the update started. Unfortunately, the update to zero. Um, Actually, you know what? Maybe even 0.16 is problematic because of translate C. In any case, it's in a moment where it is suffering a lot because of regressions in translate C. So all the C dependencies that we have that we use headers of stopped working, and so right now you will see that I've done a little bit of work to translate C, well ROCC more specifically, but you will find that there's also Brodo, for example, who is pushing stuff to translate C and ROCC because we need to fix the regressions before we can make progress on a Weibo. Okay, so let's see if we can relax our minimum dependencies a little bit. So Zig master, can we do Zig build dfuzz test? Can we use this version of Zig? It's slightly older than what I have from tip of master branch, but it is pretty recent, and it might be good enough. Never mind, it is not good enough. get index is not marked pub on it yet. So never mind. I was wondering if we could relax a little bit the minimum Zig version so that in exchange we would be able to have CI run. Because right now CI is red because everywhere I'm saying that I depend on a version of Zig that is not available on mirrors. So yeah. Okay. So this is not possible yet. It's probably, I don't know, like tomorrow or the day after. We're probably gonna be there, but not yet. So I think I'm ready for making a release of Super HTML at this point. Although maybe first I should update it also in Zine. Although it doesn't matter, they don't have to be in sync. You kind of want them to be in sync so that they can agree on what's good HTML and what's bad HTML. But like if I fix something in a moment, shouldn't be a problem. Sometimes it's hard to overcome the pain. Yeah, that is definitely unfortunate. The churn is tough. I will say when Zig changes Zig code, it's kind of trivial to update. Like 99% of the time, you don't have to do anything that requires any brain power. And then when you do, it's an improvement. So you essentially, it's an opportunity to rethink a little bit your approach to something and improve on it. For example, that's what happened with the new reader and writer interfaces and the fact that they have a built-in buffer now. I think that was a great upgrade compared to what we were doing before. But that did require reasoning a little bit. The problem is that when the C toolchain part of where the C interop part of the toolchain takes a hit, that part really sucks because you don't have anywhere near the same level of control that you have with your own Zig code. So that part actually really bummed me out when Awebo just wouldn't work anymore, period. And same with my other projects like Zine. I have not made a release of in a while because I have a few system dependencies and they just broke. So that sucked. That being said, I believe that this is the only how can I say, there shouldn't be many of these speed bumps on the C tool chain because that part is very mature. And now the speed bump that we just got is because that allowed us to remove a dependency on Clang for translating header files. So now we don't depend on Clang for that. So this is part of the plan for making LLVM an optional dependency. And once LLVM is an optional dependency, the Zig compiler is going to be 4 megabytes on your system, which I think it's pretty sweet. 4 to 5 megabytes, something in that ballpark. Is Codebreaker Zigline Translate C something that is ready to use? Is it definitely the way forward? Yes and yes. It is definitely the way forward for sure. Do not use b.add translate C because that's going away. That was there just actually, you know what? Probably they could have skipped it entirely. In any case, b.add translate C, not useful. Skip it. Go directly to the package whenever you want to depend on translating C header files. I think the interface will have to change a little. I used it recently, and I think the API has some blind spots. But I also think that the API of the build system overall needs a change. Like the whole add module versus create module. I don't think that's the way. I think the way is create module and then b.publish module. Like you pass a like you say, please publish this module under this name. So I think we need an explicit publish step for this thing instead of doing add module versus create module. And I think that the Translate C API currently suffers because you have issues in any case. Yeah, that part is a little bit annoying. Also, here's another important thing, fundamental actually. Make sure that when you instantiate the translate C dependency, you give it optimize release fast. Because if you don't, and you depend on one of those projects that has like a bajillion header files behind it, it will actually take a while before a debug build of translate C parses goes through all the header files. So um, don't forget, optimize, release fast, hard code it. Hello, Queen. By the way, I think you greeted earlier. Welcome back to Teufel. How's everything going? I think it's fine. Yep, get rid of it. Swap it out with. I mean, if it works for you, it's fine. But it is going away. This is the way. Official translate C package is the way. Okay, so how do we publish Super HTML? I forgot the steps. I guess I have to bump a version. We only did bug fixes here, although we added the support for area. Maybe it's time to update the minor version. Yeah, I think we should update the minor version. Let's see. Yeah, 7.0. Let's go. 7.0. Can translate C work with 0.16 too? Right. About that. So, ish. In this sense, there is no branch of Translate C that contains improvements to the C parsing and analysis code that also stays backwards compatible with 0.16. So you can find a commit that works with 0.16, but you are stuck with whatever level of completeness was at that point. The latest and greatest Translate C is tracking master branch. That is another annoying thing. I will say this. While I do think that Translate C is the future, like the module, the package, if you are currently fine with b.add translate C and it works, and you are on 0.16, then stay where you are. Don't touch it. When you upgrade to 0.17, switch to the package. I think that is a good approach. Sorry, I forgot that. You might be following the tagged release. Okay, we have the README. Okay. We have the VS Code changelog. So I guess we want to start with this. And we want to look at commits to see what the changes are. Check fix docs. Relax checks in iframe allow. No. Why Super HTML is generally extremely rigid with what it accepts. In this case, presenting users with errors relative to the allow attribute in an iframe element would be a source of issues that normal user would not be able to overcome. Yeah. Uh, um, Apparently, nobody on the internet respects the grammar for values of this attribute, and since grammar is a spec external to the HTML spec, um, I've removed some validation checks because otherwise users would be stuck with a puzzle that is probably too hard to solve. Then actually maybe I can phrase this better. Relax rules for iframe allow. Apparently, nobody on the internet respects the grammar for values of this attribute, e.g. when you copy, it gives you completely wrong code. And since the grammar is a spec external to the HTML spec, I've made checking more lenient because I don't expect users to be able to reasonably don't expect users to would otherwise be too hard for users to figure out the right syntax. Okay, next. Fix SVG on math categorization. Usually you will get false positive nesting errors. Hmm. So let's see. Okay, so this is a pretty nice changelog. Um, so these are all the minor things. Let's add at the top the major things. Better JS formatting and role at area attributes. Four people. Okay. Yeah, can I see the author, please? Bitterlocks. I'll just say Bitterlocks. Jeffrey Crochet. Okay. This looks like the changelog. That's not bad. That is definitely not bad. Okay. What else do we change in here? Readme? No. Um, package.json? Yes. God, I don't even remember how to build this. So I need to build a new wasm blob, and I need to um build a new package. What is the command for that? Who knows? Um, well, that sounds about right. Oh, and guess what? We have to update that code. Right. Okay. Give me a sec. I'll be right back, and then I'm gonna continue this work. I'm back. uh, okay, so we have to fix the wasm blob. Of course we do. Oh man, yeah, we do definitely. Um, Actually, there might be more code paths that we are not dealing with because I believe that with Super HTML, no, it's Ziggy that is more complicated than this. I don't know. We'll see. Do we need init? Do we do anything with the arguments? We do command parse. What does that do? Syntax only. We could accept a minimal init. Hmm. I guess this is fine. You know what? I'm actually not even sure. How is this gonna work with the new IO? Is everything gonna be fine? I guess we'll see now. Mm. Okay, single threaded through. Yes. See how it goes. Specific arguments found to. Oh, right. We need. Don't tell me. We need IO. Invalid from a string. S and type taxonomy and language kind. Oh. Oh. LSP 172. I'm confused as to why this was not a problem. Oh, because we don't have logging enabled? I don't know. Okay, so this did the build. That's good. Um okay, I don't have Super HTML installed. That means that I can go into the debug window, debug the extension. This directory is a bit too giant. Oh, there's already full HTML? Oh, which is not? Okay, then I don't know. Fast. Whatever. Okay, let's try again. Can I close this folder? Let's just add the super HTML, I guess. Open. Okay, it's the same window. Full HTML. Okay. Script HTML. This works. Perfect. Okay, this seems so far so good. And I have all the area stuff. Oh, P doesn't have a lot of stuff, huh? What about div? Access key, area. Hmm. I almost wish the area stuff was at the bottom, not at the top, but I don't think there really is an option. Also, I think that the sorting here is done by VS Code. I don't even like. I can change this myself, but I don't think I can change it a lot. Anyway, all right. So this is working. Great. PSE package. What could go wrong? Executing pre-published script, deprecation warning, passing errors, the shell process shell option through, blah blah blah. Super zero, pre-publish, run build base minify. I mean, I essentially did not change anything in the minified code, so it didn't have to do shit because it's a new wasm blob and that's it essentially. Okay. Mm, sign in. Okay. Add a passkey. Oh my god. No, bro, I don't want any passkey. Why is this? Cancel. Okay. This website is so fucking slow, man. Create new organization. Get started with Azure DevOps. Bro, I just want to update my fucking thing. Where even is the thing? I don't even remember it anymore. Please, man. Please. But this is gonna release new extension. Please. Oh, there's VSE publish. What? Of course. Due to security concerns, wait a second. VSE will not publish extensions that contain user provided SVG images. Dear Lord. Visual Studio uses Azure DevOps over its marketplace services. This means that authentication, hosting, and management of extensions are provided through Azure DevOps. Microsoft Entra ID based authentication. Personal access tokens. But I have to do this. These people, man. Yes, you go free trial. Go fuck yourself, man. You can super go fuck yourself. Okay, I can't even access like my personal tokens or anything. I can't do shit. Hello? Does any of these link work? I'm clicking the links. They do nothing. Oh my god. Well, at least none of these things is a dangerous SVG. Thank God. Go to the Azure DevOps portal and select your organization. Fuck these people, man. Fuck these people. Fuck these people, man. Absolutely fuck these people. Free trial. Yeah, yeah, redirect me a few more times. Please. Ping pong me. Oh, white page? Oh no, no, it's not white page. I think we're looking at some good old Blazor here. Loading blazorly fast. Endless spinner. Verifying browser. Sure. Oh yeah, personal use. Sure. It wants my phone. Yeah, it's doing the whole thing. Like 200 credits for 30 days. I don't want any of this. I don't want any of this fucking shit. How do I publish a VS Code extension without doing this thing? I don't want to spend your credit card won't automatically charge until you move to pay as you go. Bro, I'm not giving you a credit card. That is insane. One year ago? So this is the thing that I was looking at earlier, right? Why can't you generate a path? I don't know what a path is. I'm gonna pat in the nuts whoever came up with this shit. Oh, publisher management page. Oh, so there is a way. Wait, how do you get here? This is the page that I wanted to access. How the fuck do you get here? Okay, so this is doable without that whole bullshit. That's how I was doing it before. Update. Like, why does none of the docs tell you that there's this magic page that, for some reason, clicking on your profile doesn't get you to? Fuck off. Everything is so stupidly annoying, man. What's the other one? OpenVSX. Your extension is being reviewed. So this is the magic page that I need to go to. How does one get here? Impossible to know. Can I move this window? Oh my god, I can't move this window, man. I hate computers. This will be 128 by 128. Okay. Whatever. Members, me. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Okay. No, you know what? Wait. Still verifying. Okay, perfect. These are my releases. Sounds about right. Okay, let me see what I was doing with other releases. Okay, so release is out. Okay. Um, this seems it for me. Hopefully these releases are not borked. Um, so yeah, new Super HTML is out. Kind of at the end of the day, I don't know. It's kind of an underwhelming process, but yeah, it's out. Yeah. So this is good. We're here. We have released Super HTML. So we have done some of these. Maybe I can, I don't know, plus. Not all of it, but we did some. Initial prepared? No, not yet. I guess that's gonna be my next stop. With MSX, are we happy now? Seems that we're happy. Here we're happy. Are we happy here? Here we're happy as well. Okay, until the next time. Fucking Microsoft. Um, to the zine. 14 PRs, 42 issues. Oof. Okay. New issue for the contributor. Bug report? Blank issue? I'm gonna make it blank. Okay, so the problem is adding build asset support. What is the problem here? Why is this a panic to do instead of being fixed? Because it's very trivial on at first sight. Is it because this needs to mark the asset as installed and that is something that we don't have? No, but we must have this concept already. Also, we are taking the thing and loading it as Ziggy, so it's not even a matter of installing the asset because we are consulting it. So no, it's not even that. It's literally just a matter of opening the file and loading it and returning it so that then data can be done. Hmm. So is the problem that in build we don't have build assets, we only have side assets? So if it's a page asset, it tells us the variant ID. And then it's the name. Read file out options, blah blah blah, 10 path. Meta URL FMT Asset underscore meta. Man, it's been a while since I've seen this code. Mm, okay, I think I need to kind of, in order to provide a good issue, I need to do some of this work myself. Okay. Oh, we have a work in progress commit. Oh, the nag. Right. I forgot about the nag. Yeah, there's a nag telling you to update to disable a built-in extension. Which you're right is probably fixed. Fuck. Yeah, I need, I guess, to make a new release of the extension that stops nagging you about it. Um, yeah. Okay. Okay, let's finish this. So what do we have in here? We have a translate C. Okay, we have a work in progress commit with all the. Oh, right. I know why this is a work in progress commit. So to be able to make a release of Super HTML, the problem that we have right now is that even if I do Zig build, this is not gonna work because we really depend on this ROCC fork, which is not really local changes that I have. It's just it's just the upstream ROCC. So to make these official, we go to Codeberg, Zigline translate C. We fork this bad boy, all branches. I mean, yeah, there's not a lot. So fork repository. Oh, so I pressed the button and it got stuck, and now it's telling that it already exists. Okay, sure. In the meantime, we go to GitHub. Do we have a fork of ROCC? I think I already have it. I think I have it. Yeah, I do have it. Sync fork. Perfect. So what I want now is Codeberg. Why is this guy using macOS? It ain't FOSS approved. I don't have to use necessarily only FOSS approved stuff. Also, when you say FOSS, you're saying free software and open source software, and they have like different entities behind them. So free software, that's the Free Software Foundation. And then for open source, you have the Open Source Initiative. I don't like any one of those organizations. I don't trust either of them. Free software, I think they care about the right things, but they just don't know how to be effective at advocating for those things. too much neck weirdness going on there. And so I want an organization that actually wins arguments and makes a difference. And free software has made a difference in the past, but nowadays, yeah, they're losing the cultural war, and that's just not good. As for open source and the open source initiative, that's just that's useless. The open source initiative exists pretty much entirely to make sure that big tech, that open source software stays digestible for big tech. That's pretty much what it is. So yeah. Okay, what am I doing here? All right, I'm trying to see what's my nickname on Codeberg. I don't even remember. Who am I on Codeberg? Okay, I'm just Christoph. I assume so, but I wanted to be sure. Christoph slash ROCC. Yeah, no, translate C. I already have a translate C. Oh, wait. I'm going to add it as a remote. Ah, wait. I was also looking at my own fork of ROCC, but actually, I think I'm fine with pointing at the upstream. So this is done. So now here I can test this with fork translate C, and nothing works. Why? No field name in Zig lib directory. In translate C. Zig lib directory. That seems something that should have been updated. The Z 1.0 version. Oh, you have no idea. I even have Zig 2. I'm not showing that on stream though. You guys are not ready for that. The plan is to keep milking donations for a few years before we unveil Zig 2. um. So, well, this is bad. How is this? What the fuck is going on? Git status. Where am I? Why do I have? Wait. Why do I have changes to local changes to translator? Oh my god. So git checkout build translator, git pull, and now it's gonna complain. Is it gonna complain? Are you gonna complain? It is not gonna complain. Oh, it is gonna complain. Git stash, git pull, git stash pop. Expected expression found. Wait, there's a conflict? Can we finally work? Please? Username for codeberg.org. Oh no. Oh no. How do you do the SSH one? Hello, Bifredo. Yeah, I just released Super HTML, new version of it. That happened successfully. Zine is almost there. All the translate C regressions have been fixed, thank God. Um, yeah, and we're getting there. Are you in charge of the Zig DocGen or Autodoc stuff on Zig? Not anymore. I was working on those a while ago, a long while ago. If you looked on at my like website, I have to update it. So yeah, sorry. Yeah, SSH git at. Can you do -f? Son of a bitch. Push to create is not enabled for users. Um, what? Wait a second. Where the fuck is translate C? Press the button. Previously, when I got the error file already exists, I assumed that the fork had gone through, but apparently that's not the case. You have to keep the tab open, and it's not done until it's actually done. Also, bro, translate C is not that big. Come on, man. Come on, man. Will Zig ever have doc comment lints? Doc comment lints? Are you talking about like syntax like doxygen? I don't think so. Oh no, yeah, Codeberger is having a GitHub kind of day. Absolutely. Um. Oh, so that page got stuck. I don't even know where the page is anymore. Where did that page go? Well, in any case, it seems that I have it now. Can I do this now? So now I can do zig fetch github.com. No, um, codeberg.org. Christoph. Translate C 0.17x, please. Zig one build. Why is the client called a Weibo? The client? The, let's say, video conferencing tool is called a Weibo because of the a Weibo bird. If you search a Weibo on YouTube, you will find a bunch of videos of a really weird bird, whose actual name is different. It's a ptarmigan, um, but it makes a noise that sounds like a Weibo, and so people call it the Weibo bird. Okay, so we just built Zine successfully. So with this in place, I can do. Yeah, right. Fuck my tests. Well, I can do Zig build test now to restore tests. Okay, add the build, GCM end, flow got stuck for a while. What happened here? Oh, I know what happened. We have a diff of these files that have been deleted, and these bad boys are pretty chunky. I thought you were Mexican? No. So what do we say here? Update to 017. There we go. 20, 260,000 lines were deleted. They were entirely these stupid header files. Okay, so good. Git push. Git pull rebase. Okay, git push. Now we're good. So we were saying, how does that stuff look like? How does that stuff look like? That was in assets. Asset.zig. Yeah. And here we had the panic to do. So what is the problem here? We have the asset. What's in the asset? What's in an asset? Asset has essentially only meta, contains ref, full path to the asset, and then kind. Kind tells us when it is, for example, a build. Okay, so only page has the variant ID, site and build don't have anything in them, which means that the build one has in path name the path. So, I mean, sorry, has in URL the path. HTML.print asset URL prefix. All right, but this is in the case that we want to do link. Yeah, so It's essentially just a matter of printing this path. It's just a matter of printing that path. Like it's pretty much literally the same as site. Literally nothing different. No, maybe except in the case where uh the path is not absolute, but the path should be absolute if it's given to us. Should it though? Will Zig Doctrine be superseded by Zine? Not really. Zine is a static site generator, but it's general purpose. It doesn't have any of the machinery required to look at Zig code. So there's definitely some overlap between the two things, but the use cases are they're the two sets touch, but they don't overlap a lot. So I do think that it would make sense um for the website for the ZigDoc website generated by let's call it Autodoc. It would be nice for that to be amenable to being embedded into another static website, and it already kind of is. Some people do it already. I believe that ZML does that already. Um, but yeah. Question: since you are kind of quite in the dev team of Zig, I am part of the core team. Yes. I'm wondering about errors and the numerators. As context, I have a ZigDoc slash style linter, and in the style part, I have like identifier case checks, but reading the docs slash stdlib, errors are Pascal case, but everything else is snake case. Yes, but why does the release mode in is Pascal case while all the others are snake case? Historical reasons. Enums used to be Pascal case like errors, and then that got changed after a while, and some of them have yet to be renamed, but they should be renamed. So it's just because they were the other way in the past and they have not been changed yet. Also, following reading the style naming guide, don't errors technically fall under the snake case category? I think that they are explicitly defined as being Pascal case. I don't have perfectly in mind the style guide, so the phrasing in the style guide might, there might be a missing sentence in the style guide. I don't know, but I can tell you with confidence that errors are supposed to be Pascal case. Okay, so I think I need to go to the contributor and tell them that the solution kind of looks like site, except that if path is relative, then more needs to be done. So title: support build assets in Ziggy. But actually, we know this for a fact because the other build function works already. So No, not the version. Yeah. Why is it like this? Does it not have? It does have the preview. Why is it pasting it as a fucking link? There you go. So what I would say is scrolling, looking at the implementation of oh, SRI hash also has the same panic to do. Oh wait, all of them have almost all of them. Size also has the same problem. Wait a second. What the fuck is going on here? BA input path. Wait a second. That is what's going on in there? What? Asset meta ref. What? Uh oh. Uh oh. Uh oh. Or maybe this is correct. Wait a second. Maybe this is the way. And it's actually me not recognizing how obvious it is. Build as I need to check what the build assets map contains. Let's go do that in the code. Maybe this is really already a thoroughly solved problem and it's just me not recognizing it. Oh, I see blessed as a normal path. Yeah. Okay, so that all makes sense to me. That all of that makes sense to me. Yeah. Would you find available a Zig linter? I mean, rules like missing doc comments, blank doc comments, and stuff. I think that linters are uh, just good tools. Personally, I am fine currently not using any. So it's not something that I personally feel the need to use in my projects. I don't exclude that they might be fine. Personally, I am fine with just Zig FMT. I don't want anything else. Um, but I but you know, it's my preference. I'm not saying that, you know, oh, meters are dumb. None of that sort. Well, I think it would be fine. I think there's also a couple existing linters. I don't know if maybe I know that that at least a couple do exist. I don't know if maybe it might be that I've seen that one of the two might be yours, and then I just don't know how to make the connection, or maybe there's more, and I just happen to have seen two. And in any case, it's not like because there's already two that you shouldn't make another one if you want. Mm, I don't know. Just saying that there is also some other prior art. Oh, I cannot assign this to people that are not in the repo. I mean, understandably. Mm-mm-mm. It also finds unused imports. Oh boy, how am I waiting for this to come to Zig proper? This is coming to Zig. Yum, 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 yum. Okay, so we did the contributor issue. So we can work on releasing Zine at this point. Let's see. Where can I find the reasoning behind moving C translation to the build system? In the release notes, only a break path is available. Hello, useless. um, I don't have a written source that I can link you to, but I can tell you by voice. The idea is that moving Translate C to the build system has the important quality of simplifying the language. Previously, the language you had, the at C import, at C define, at C include built-ins that allowed you in the language to deal with header files, which is handy for sure. But number one, it had a Bigfoot gun. If you copy pasted the C import in two different Zig files, those imports would have incompatible definitions. Like, even though the definitions would be a one-to-one, they would have the same shape, the same, maybe even the same name because they are at the same line. But they would be seen as two different definitions by the Zig by the type system. So the correct way of doing C imports in the past was that you had to create a dedicated Zig file for your C imports, and then you would need to import that Zig file in your other Zig files to avoid duplicated definitions. Um, so that is one foot gun that the new approach does not have. Another one is going back to the language complexity thing. Um, with those built-ins in the language, when you make a spec for Zig, you also have to specify how those built-ins work, and that means that your language spec has also to touch upon how C header translation should work, for everything to be properly specified. With this new approach, Translate C is not part of the language anymore. It's a separate toolchain component. So that means that the language spec can be significantly simpler because of that. The foot gun is gone. You can still, do the same thing with header files. Granted, you have to face the build system, while before you could kind of have to face the build system less. But this is good. And also, it means that now the Zig compiler itself has one fewer dependency on LLVM, because previously it was depending on Clang for that stuff. Now it doesn't depend on that anymore. And finally, the Translate C package has a few settings that you can specify when you are importing, when you're translating header files, that probably would have never been implemented if they had to be part of the Zig programming language. Convenience stuff, like, for example, there's a setting for how to interpret flexible array members. There are some header files where the flexible array member is written down as as an empty array, as an array with the brackets and nothing in it. Some other times, for example, Apple headers they mark flexible array members as an array of one element, which causes all kinds of annoyance in Zig, because in C you can go out of bounds trivially and nobody bats an eye, but then in Zig the type system will fight you if you try to do that stuff. So there's a setting to improve the automated translation of flexible array members, and there's a few other flags. Those things would probably not have been implemented in the Translate C process pipeline if the main interface had been the programming language, because then you're complicating the programming language for a minor benefit, while complicating a package for a minor benefit, it's obviously totally worth it. So that is the general idea. It removes definitely some convenience from just being able to plop in a C import, no doubt there. But it has some concrete benefits that maybe you don't feel as a user, because granted, as a user, you feel the fact that you have to add, that you have to fiddle with the build system. But once you get used to that, once you get past that, it's as good as it was before, if not better, and it does have some other benefits for the maintainers. Think about the details. Is translate C maintained by the ZSF2? Um, absolutely yes. So codeberg.org/ziglang/translate C. It's in the Ziglang organization. Yep. So don't worry. The point is the point is that the translating C header files, it has not been deprecated as a feature. It's still a key part of being able to use the Zig tool chain to um to do like the meme says, right? All your code base are belong to us. So to take ownership of every and any and every code base, that part is still there. It is taken. It is been. It has been taken out of the language so that the language can be simplified, and so that there can be more flexibility with the feature. But the overall use case is absolutely supposed to still be fulfilled by the Z tool chain. I will say one thing: Translate C contains regressions currently. Uh, you can see that there are 130 issues because people have been forced to get off the Clang provided. Well, Clang does not provide the full Translate C implementation because obviously the second half of it, turning C definitions into Zig definitions, that's up to Zig. It's not up. It's not up to Clang code. Clang doesn't know anything about Zig. But the first half, parsing C header files and adding all the built-in macro definitions depending on the platform and whatnot. That part depended on Clang, and now we are not depending on Clang anymore. We are using ROCC, which is a C compiler that Veika, who is a core team member, is working on. So essentially, we are discovering all the things, all the tiny things that you need to get right, because people do horrible things with header files. So every horrible header has its own tiny story here. So be aware that the regressions are there, but obviously the goal is to fix all of them. And one last thing is that there were in any case some things that even though Clang is, there are more regressions in Translate C currently than okay, Translate C currently has regressed stuff compared to Clang. Clang was not perfect either. So like once we go past the initial hurdle of fixing all the regressions, yet another reason to switch away from Clang is also to be able to pull off things that previously we were not able to pull off because we could not control the implementation of that was parsing header files. Still using C include, will wait for Zig's 017, maybe to move it to the build system. Yes, that is not a bad approach. Be aware though that maybe it doesn't apply to you, but it might be that you depend on a header file that has a annoying quirk that until you report it, we will not notice. Or rather, maybe we would eventually know, but the sooner you report it, the sooner it will be fixed potentially. So I think that your plan makes perfect sense. I would only say you might want, if you have the ability, you might want to experiment a little bit with 017 at some point. Just make a test program where you import a header file that you depend on your main project and you just see how that works out. And if it doesn't, then you can open an issue for it. And ideally, that should help you. That should increase the chances that that's going to be fixed, either by when 017 comes out or when 018 comes out, rather than, reporting it only after the fact. Something to keep in mind. That being said, last thing, I think the 017 will come out with a lot of these things not being fixed yet in Translate C. Now, Translate C is a package, so you can update it whenever you want. Like, even if you release Zig 017, you can update Translate C whenever you want. That being said, right now we are not backporting fixes to older versions of Translate C, which means that, if your thing gets fixed, but then Translate C has which tracks master branch of Zig has made some changes because there's a new change in the IO interface or whatever in the standard library, then Translate C will have the new Translate C that fixes potentially your regression. Will depend on a version of Zig that is not tagged yet. This is a annoying window that we're in. It's it's this moment where things have to get worse before they can get better. I have faced this myself. Like right now, I'm finally able to make new releases for my projects. But man, it's been a while since I've done that because all the C stuff has been broken for a while. Because the things that I was depending on all had um, quirks that were regressed in Translate C. And there's a Weibo, the Discord alternative, that I think is still in that limbo. So we're getting there, just a little bit at a time. Okay, so within we have written the issue. The next question is, do we have any PR that we want to merge? Have you seen? Yeah. This is the all the vendor pre-translated header files that that were removed. Okay, one second because I'm typing some stuff in Discord. Do-do-do-do-do. Okay. I think some of those issues are already solved, just not closed yet. Yeah, that absolutely. I know this for a fact because I remember reporting something that was fixed relatively quickly and then stayed as an open issue there. This I think applies mainly to things that are regressions inside of ROCC, not Translate C proper. And so when they get fixed in ROCC, the Translate C issue doesn't always get closed. Okay, so message written. What do we do next? Right, we were looking at issues in Zine to see if actually PRs to see if there's anything there that I should definitely merge before release. Add subpages by date. So I'm very conservative when adding stuff to Zine because I don't want to add stuff that then I decide to walk back in the future. Fix linking for resulting Zine binary. Okay, this one seems interesting. So to make this binary not ask for dynamic libraries, the auto patch help hook redirects the linked libraries to the proper Nix path. Oh, this is Nix shit, right? So yeah, no, sorry. Uh, Closing since I removed all Nix stuff. I recommend. Actually, sorry, comma closing. I recommend creating a separate repo for Nix. Also, keep in mind that I do not support users using untagged versions of Zine. Okay. What am I doing with a deprecated art browser? Yeah, good question. I'm starting to hate it. Starting from the fact that it's deprecated, but also it's doing dumb stuff. I should try Zen. Man, I really, really do not like Firefox. And as good as a skin of Firefox Zen might be, I don't want to use Firefox. Okay, add assets function to page. I added a function to get the list of assets that belong to a page. Oh, that is good shit. What about Vivaldi? I tried Vivaldi in the past, but, I guess maybe I could do Vivaldi as another Chrome skin. Yeah, it's been a while since I tried Vivaldi last. I guess it could be doable. You know what? Maybe I should just go switch. I should just switch back to good old Safari. I'm on Mac, the land of Safari, so maybe I should just do that. So I can avoid using both Chrome and Firefox. Yeah, no, I'm aware of Vivaldi. I also know that the people that work on Vivaldi are ex Opera developers. Opera was by far the best browser I've ever used in my life. But I'm talking about old Opera, very old Opera. Now the Opera name, like the Opera browser today, is a complete scam. It has nothing to do with the original Opera, but like they bought, it's like some kind of shady company that bought the name, the trademark, and then they ran scams for a while on using the name. And then now it's this new browser for gamers, except that it's like too late because all the people that remember Opera are a little bit too old to fall for that. So, man, what a fucking mess. And I know that the old Opera developers are now doing Vivaldi, but the times are gone. I'll say this. Did you know that the first browser that implemented correct zoom was Opera? For a relatively long time, zoom on a page was implemented as simply increasing font size. Like there was a multiplier for font size, and so you would zoom in and that would increase font size. The problem is that that would not change the geometry of anything. And so you got bigger text that would get more cramped into a box of the same size as it was before. So it wasn't like a real zoom. The first browser which did real zoom was Opera. Yeah. Okay, so this is a cool thing. I am not 100% sure if this can be implemented in a sound manner, or probably it can be implemented in a sound manner, but it cannot be implemented in an efficient manner, I think. Or, you know what? I should probably look at the implementation. Yeah, it looks at the URLs iterator in the whole variant, and for every one of them finds a page asset. Frankly, this could be worse. To be frank, this could be worse. But if you have a big variant, you're scanning a lot of garbage. I think that this should be something that gets pre-processed as startup, and then you can consult it here. That's what me thinks. Actually, can even be better. You don't even do it at startup, but you do it lazily. So the first time that this function is actually called, then we compute we compute and cache essentially this info. Yeah, I think that is the right approach. So I'm not merging this because I want a better implementation. Then raw markdown, right? That one was weird. More clean doc rendering, export single HTML file, Zin use of command, support for audio embeds. Oh, right. I did not merge this yet because it seems to have the person was experiencing issues. So okay, we can leave that for later. Taxonomies, depth parameter to talk, double slashes in figure resource. Yeah, where did you get it? You're right, Quint. I got it. Oh, by the way, I should write this in to the person on Discord. Um. Okay. Yeah, so it might be to get the latest and greatest of Zine. It might be necessary to wait a little bit more. Either you build Zig from source yourself, or you have to wait a day or two before the right commit comes out. Okay, so I'm not merging anything. I'm just making a release for the updated stuff. Okay. I mean, everything seems fine. Git log. Yeah, we updated. I can make a new minor release of these. But I just say, what do I say in the minor release? That we just updated version of Zig. You know what? If we don't have any features, it might be a good idea to wait before making a release of Zine. I think this is fine. So it's been 5 hours for me. This is not a bad moment for me to stop streaming, so I can have dinner before the meeting. I have a meeting later today, so oof, there's more stuff to do. But this is a good place to stop. I am going to actually think about off stream. I will think about some PRs to merge so that we can have some releases to go out, and also, actually, even more importantly, let's fix some bugs. right? There's a few bugs reported in here. Probably these should take priority. Let's fix some bugs so that we can make a release that contains bug fixes. Um, and yeah, that is essentially it. So thank you all for hanging out. I hope you had a good time, and I think I will see you all. I don't know, tomorrow or something along those lines. So thanks again, and have fun. Bye bye.